violation, whatnot. That way we can make it easier to keep track of. Instead of just going out and doing a meter reading and going, okay, address a call and make a note, and then we get most meetings per se throughout the day.
You know, all that onto that. Don't they all have cell phones that can take pictures? I think it would help to start documenting.
Because what happens is they do a little bit in the summer and then skates by, winter comes, and blackberries, they're still on top of houses, and the neighbors have to put up with that. And it's a hazard for the neighbors. So people just need to be held accountable to the ordinance and stuff, you know?
I completely agree, sir. I want to let you know that we will take a special note of that. Brian, or Councilor Ray, to your question, we do use a project tracking tool. So as soon as somebody makes it into our system, we have a clear record of when that was reported. The pictures that are taken immediately after get uploaded to that same location. And then there's a notice that gets sent out. That notice is recorded in that same project tool. And then the response or disposition of the property owner is recorded as well. And that is the foundation that we use to determine if we're going to move forward with any type of monetary enforcement. And I will say of the three, that there's been 3 properties, bad properties that we've addressed over the past couple of months. None of them have made it to that point. So we try to approach it with a good neighbor tactic. But we absolutely can look a little bit closer and make sure that residents are feeling safe and comfortable with the work that Public Works is doing.
I guess for me, I was just that's good information to know, because I could understand there might be some frustration with citizens when they come to us and have a concern, and we're a month or 2 months in and we're starting to
TJ, can you add some color as far as how many notices have gone out in like the last 3 months, roughly?
Yeah, so in the last 3 months, I can do a quick search too, but I think that there's been a total of three to 5. I'll check our complaints list here, but
Each one of you can count 3 to 5 on your drives home.
Well, I know last time when you came and spoke, I actually drove after you at 10 and rode around.
Scary looking, isn't it?
so we've had 6 actually total. I'd say in reality 5, because one of them was a barking dog. But I think to the point that's being made right now, there are likely more properties than that. We understand that citizens don't want to take the action of calling the city when the city could be seeing those things ourselves. And so I do appreciate this being raised to our attention.
Thank you. And then on the second note, stop sign at 9th Street and Orchard Street, brought up last month. Is anybody starting anything, doing a 4-way stop there possibly?
Well, Orchard is a county road, so that's would involve the county. I know that one.
Right.
I imagine we'd have to do some type of traffic study.
Deer got smacked there last week. So.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, thank God it was just a deer.
Yeah.
I mean, and, you know, and this is no fault of the police. They can't be there on that street when all this is going on. You know, it just, they show up on the street, it'll slow down, you know. We can go buy an old police car and park it there that'll last for about a week. But someone's going to get tagged there because it's people shooting off into the subdivision up the street in front of my house, and it's on and off there, so.
I do agree, Orchard is a hazard. I live there in the subdivision, and I walk along Orchard all the time, and we're always flying, in both directions.
It's getting scary because the usage is so much more on Orchard from the new subdivision and all the new homes out, you know. And you have,
Down Coon Road.
you have people just, they're flying. I mean,
I live on 10th, and sometimes just coming out of 10th from the subdivision, turn right up Orchard, and it's hard, because you're, all those people come down from
They're
10th.
flying, they're flying.
Yes.
And it's 25 clear up around the corner. isn't it?
it's 25 clear up around the corner, and Keith's house up there, I don't know how many times he's got his fence wiped out because
Yeah.
people are doing 60, 70 miles an hour, you know?
So TJ, can we look into some type of speed suppression device, stop signs, whatever, nets? I don't know.
I mean,
Something.
Speed bumps.
Bumps,
four signs and 2 white lines. We'll take care of it.
Yeah,
That's, I mean, it's not rocket science.
I don't know.
So the process we would follow for that is a really, in this case, a simple traffic study, which would be commissioned by typically our engineer of record. It would be more than capable of doing that. That would be the basis of the findings that would be part of an ordinance. And that ordinance would be what drives the mounting of a new stop sign. I've just added that into our project tracker. I've assigned that to Public Works. I do want to note that our Public Works lead is out for the remainder of this week as well as next week on military leave, and so he's not too far away. But I will ask the county to see if they're willing to support that, since that is intersecting with a county facility. And that'll get that ball rolling. They may even be willing to support us in that traffic study or cover a good portion of that. I don't expect it to be very in-depth or very expensive, but it's not entirely free or cost negative or neutral to do that. So we'll begin that process.
thank you.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
all right, thanks, guys.
Right on that corner.
Appreciate all your work.
And they hit the gas right as they're coming off at night and they hit up the hill. And it's gonna be scary because everybody's walking their dogs and, yeah.
Do you have any other public comments this evening? Tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Larita Davidson. I live up on 9th Street here in Maine, in the mill. So I just wanted to get this on record. I walked out the trail that used to be the railroad track, clear to Alpine Cutoff Road, and I took my shovel with me, and I dug out all the tansy that was growing between the trail and Highway 99. It took me 2 hours, but I don't mind doing it. Nobody knows what tansy ragwort is anymore. It's poisonous to cattle and horses, and you let it go to seed, and you have a lot more of it. So there is a field just out of on Coon Road that is clear full of it now because the owners are not taking care of it. People need to be educated. It's getting worse. When I was young, back in the late 60s, my dad got a notice from the county that if landowners didn't take care of the tansy, they would be fined. Apparently they don't do that anymore. And there is another problem. poison hemlock is back. And it's growing along 99 clear to the county line. And it's getting worse. And I'd hate to see it get into the food supply, because that'll kill anybody.
Is any of it in city limits?
There used to be a patch at the library, which I got rid of. I have not seen hemlock, but I don't go into people's backyards. I don't know what's growing. So, any questions?
Thank you for digging it up.
Okay.
Really appreciate that.
Yes.
And thank you for the.
I know it's the state's responsibility, but they're not going to do anything. So,
There's a lot of St. Anne's lace popping up everywhere too. I treat my yard and next thing I know, I got dandelion, St. Anne's lace.
sure, yeah,
Because nobody else is taking care of it.
lots of weed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can say briefly that we have worked to establish a good relationship with our ODOT friends. We have a regional solutions team person who is very responsive every time we need their support. His name is Mark. I'll reach out to Mark and ask for some support on this. If I could ask the last speaker there, if you wouldn't mind, could you please, if you could even come into City Hall and we could pull up a map, and we'd be happy to just get our own minds wrapped around exactly where that issue is located so that we can point it out to the state. We want to make sure they're aware of that. And just like our public works guys, the state has a lot going on and they miss things, and they do appreciate us pointing it out for them.
Okay. And
She said, okay, can do.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on. We're gonna move on now to staff reports, the sheriff's report. Sergeant, go ahead and come on up.
Scott Bressler, Bank County Sheriff's Office. I am sympathetic to the tansy because I have fields with, used to have fields with tansy in it, just as of recently. I pulled every one of them. I didn't dig them up, I pulled them. So it's a difficult process. Looks like we had at least 2 DUIs. And I'll also like to point out that we're 27 seconds short of 48 hours. So we did cover it, but we're 23 seconds short, but not short for the hours. We did have a couple child neglect case that we took that was a concern, and that was cleared. Had a couple crime damage graffiti incidents where they painted on the Dairy Mart wall mural, and I have my most diligent deputy trying to figure out who that is. We got good video, but we just can't seem to ID him. So, like I said, 2 DUIs, a couple speeding. We spread it out through the whole month. And I when I've been down here, which is as often as I can get down here, I've noticed that the traffic is speeding up northbound, slowing down south from the south through the area. And then once it gets to the high school, it starts to speed up because they can see the sign. So I've been asking a couple of my guys to go ahead and start writing some citations there instead of just education, because it's getting worse.
Because you can see the sign doesn't mean you're in it.
Yeah, and I,
Give you some help on Orchard too.
yes, and I sit there too.
Yes, questions, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
I'm the one that's always got questions.
You're fine, go ahead.
We have noted in prior meetings that we appreciate when people log what they actually do. On all the ones that say no activity, we have questioned, what do they do?
They patrol the streets. Some of them just don't put down exactly what they
we would appreciate it if they
Sure.
would put where they're patrolling or whatever,
Okay.
so we know that they're not just sitting in the car, you know, in a game,
No.
just
They're
sitting there looking and just staying
Yeah,
stationary, or where are they, what are they doing?
Sure, they're being diligent about looking
I
around,
mean,
and
I'm sure
I
they
understand
are,
your point.
but when we just see this, you know, we can't tell for sure what they're doing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And when they say no activity, it's no crimes or they got sent to another call, so they had to clear that one, and they can't get back to it
Okay.
to write down what they did.
And then there's one, 713, with Oscar Savage. He has coordinates mineral extra patrol. What was the extra patrol for, do you know?
And that's the clear code, extra patrol Monroe.
I'm sorry?
XPAT is extra patrol in Monroe. So it's just a code that we put on so they can track it.
But was he assigned to Monroe, or was that just extra time given to Monroe?
Just extra time given to Monroe.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for the sergeant?
No, I just say I kind of have to expect the no activities on, 12:30 to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I hope there's no
Yeah, but
activity.
we don't know where he was at. Was he on
You'd be surprised how many
99
people.
or what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, if they had activity at that time, that we'd have,
We would note it.
yeah, we'd have to crime stuff.
I'm waiting for the one guy at Long Branch. Did you hear about that?
No.
There's this app that I have that tells you about. Did you hear about the drunken employee threatening everybody?
No. Was that called into the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just making sure they did that.
Yep. They did.
Any other questions?
I really appreciate you guys.
I do too. You guys are great. Thank you.
And we appreciate your support.
I love seeing your trucks.
Good.
It makes me feel safer.
Yes.
And I'll try to get them to write down a little more than no activity. And like the mayor said, it's no activity because nothing happened.
Right.
During the time that they were there.
I know, we have all.
Yeah, and I remember that.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, TJ, we're ready to move on to the city administrator's report.
Thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and make this just a little bit larger. So as you can see in front of you, I've got about a three-page report. I'll do my best to move through this fairly quickly. So the big push and the big effort this past month was the budget. Moving forward with some major infrastructure initiatives, primarily the water modernization project for the water plant, the intake project that goes alongside the dam removal. Those were the big pieces this past month. We're also strengthening our organizational operations with staff and continuing to implement a lot of our long-term planning and policy priorities. And I talk a little bit more about that here in a few minutes. So on the budget development and organizational leadership piece, I worked very closely throughout this past month with Dawn. Following the budget committee review, we worked through final revisions of the budget, prepared and adopted the budget documents, and then coordinated that implementation with the new fiscal year. I do have some updates on the budget at a later item on the agenda. We put a lot of effort into organizational planning, so a lot of our responsibilities have been looking at assigning workload appropriately across our new hire, Leslie, as well as with Dawn. Our big focus right now is strengthening cross-departmental support. So what that really means is making sure that Public Works is in close lockstep communication with our folks in the office as well as with myself. That means implementing all of our asynchronous tools, including text messages, Teams, our project management tool, and our biweekly staff meetings. Really starting to see a lot of synergy between our team, and it's showing in our effectiveness on an hourly basis, as well as what we're able to accomplish and what everybody is aware of. When we do sit down for our staff meetings, that's another telltale sign. We are beginning an implementation into the new Cassell financial software. We'll talk about that in just a little bit as well. One little change there with the budget, in particular with the cost of that. But what the big piece that we've been focusing on right now is making sure that their implementation tool, Cassell's team over there, is getting all the information they need from us from our existing software tool. And we're exporting data. Dawn is spearheading that entire project. We are all communicating in line via email and a project tool that they have created independently for themselves that we then record in our own software for future reference as well. We also completed the benefits renewal review every 3 years. There's a audit of our insurance that was a good chunk of time and work to prepare for. I brought Dawn into that process and made sure that we both had a role there. And it was a very effective meeting. We got a very positive response from our insurance auditors, as well as some homework, some things that we can do to improve and to make sure that we're hitting all of the bases that are required for our insurance. We are hitting all the requirements, but there's some things they always recommend that we could be doing better. And so we're focusing in on those. On water infrastructure in our regulatory compliance, I worked very closely with Mark this past month, as well as with Chuck, to develop a city's written response to the OHA bilateral compliance agreement. As you know, there was a circuit rider, an individual who came out and did an analysis of our water treatment plant and then provided some findings of some concerns that needed to be addressed. We addressed those within 72 hours and then had a written standard operating procedure for ensuring that the pump that in particular that they were concerned about wouldn't become an issue again in the future. So while there was one concern, we immediately addressed that and then also responded directly to our regulatory folks so that they're aware of what our steps are, and they're pleased with that. We're also, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, really in the thick of our infrastructure improvements. So that's again for the water intake, the water system upgrades, the modernization, as well as all of that tying into, at the same time, the dam removal project. And regarding dam removal project, this month was a big milestone. It marked the formal establishment of the city's 1135 Technical Advisory Committee, or TAC. I organized the committee's governance structure, established a reoccurring monthly meeting by making sure everybody's schedule aligned, developed a project repository, essentially a OneDrive, where documents can be uploaded and viewed by committee members at any time. And that includes all historic documents from the past several years as well. So we have a number of subject matter experts, including engineers, on this committee. Some of them are diving into the deepest of the weeds, and others are looking at things that are specific to their area of expertise or concern. It's a really great group, by the way. We have what I actually called our A team. We have an excellent group of people on this committee. And that committee kicked off just a couple weeks ago, and it started with an in-depth review of the water intake request for proposal. That is first on the docket to go out the door onto Oregon Buys, the location where prospective engineers will submit a request for proposal, and then we should, within the next 4 to 6 weeks, have or be close to identifying a qualified environmental or qualified engineering professional to come on board. I've also continued to coordinate with the Army Corps of Engineers regarding their project schedule. They have the budget, they have the timeline, it's their contractors. Our job is to make sure that that all aligns and is in sync with the pieces of the work that the city owns, which is the water modernization and the water intake. So it really is kind of like a ballet. We have to make sure that everybody's part is aligning with the right person's part. We've continued to work with property owners. There is at least one property owner we're aware of that will be affected by the water level dropping, just like the city. And so we're working closely with them to make sure that they are a part of the 1135 project, that they're informed about what's going on, that they have an opportunity to get their comments and concerns on the record. And I have done the job of the city to make sure that our engineer, as well as our state agencies and the Army Corps of Engineers, is aware of all those property owners that may or may not have been identified in the past. So a few of them have come forward in the last couple of months, and we've done a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that they understand what's going on and how we're here to make sure that they're involved in that process. Under planning, I've kind of couched planning, policy, and growth management together. My first priority remains meeting our statutory deadlines. And just as a quick review, if somebody submits a land use application, I get 30 days to legally let them know if that application is complete. Not whether it's successful, but if they have all of the pieces required. And then after that, I get 120 days to approve that project and take it through Planning Commission. I try my best to get those done much earlier than those deadlines, especially the 120-day deadline, but that's what I prioritize at this time. Those are our statutory deadlines. And then, of course, I continue to work with our residential, commercial, and subdivision developments that have already gone through the planning process and received their approvals. They then have engineering, partitions, final plats, lots of different pieces of their own puzzle after receiving land use approval, including working with the county and their respective engineers that they privately hire to work on these projects. So I continue to move those forward as best we can and as quickly as we can. We've done a lot of good work on that in particular over this past month, including the subdivision that was recently approved, the work on Depot Street, as well as 2 new businesses coming into the city. At the Planning Commission, several materials were prepared to provide major updates to the Planning Commission on the infrastructure initiatives that I discussed a few minutes ago, the active development projects, as well as our long-range planning priorities. So this includes, and Tim is actually on here tonight online, he was here at that meeting, this includes the comprehensive plan and making sure that that does align with our land use code, and doing all of that alongside our overlay districts, as well as some work that we'll be doing within the city in new infrastructure expansions and existing infrastructure repairs. So a lot of moving pieces with land use happening right now. And all of that is really necessary to be sure that when we do go forward, working on our UGB expansion project, which I also provided an update to the Planning Commission on, that we have all of our infrastructure documentation clearly in line, and that's a foundational piece of that project. As I had mentioned earlier, as I mentioned in a past meeting, we are now at our 1 year, so I have an RFP that's going up on Oregon Buys for a new engineer of record. Our current engineer of record had a 1-year contract, and that started right around mid to late August. So we're going to release another RFP. I do expect that our current engineer of record will apply for that. That's also available for any other engineers out there that would like to throw their hat in the ring. This will be for a 3-year contract, which is standard under ORS 297, where we put out bids and requests for proposals. So that's going to be the next big step. All that RFP is actually going out alongside all of the other ones right now. A little bit more about organizational operations and some of the strategic administration efforts that we've been working on. We're coordinating a broad range of activities. So this includes coordinating with the city's telephone franchise. As you know, it was acquired by Pioneer Connect. I've been coordinating with the city attorney as well as with Pioneer Connect directly as they await for their federal approval, and then we begin the process of transferring their franchise agreement. That's currently in the works. I've been supporting the Economic Development Committee's work to establish local economic development priorities. We'll hear about that at our next work session meeting, but more on the work session meeting actually in a little bit here. The goal there is to make sure that our economic development priorities align with that regional comprehensive economic development strategy. And in short, that allows us to be sure that when we apply for grant funding or other financing tools available from the federal government or the state government, that we're showing that we have an economic development goal already in place and that we're meeting one or more of those goals. So these are meaningful and truly driven by what the city needs to be doing in terms of economic development to attract more businesses and more housing in places where we could see it over the next 10 plus years. I've been managing several amendments and components to the city's grant agreement with the Longtom Watershed Council through Business Oregon. The city is the recipient, and Longtom Watershed Council is our contractor on a project. We actually have an item on the agenda this evening to move that just a little bit further along and get it close to a strong finish in October. I've also been working alongside the mayor to plan for Monroe's hosting of the League of Oregon Cities Small Cities meeting coming up. I think the mayor will likely have something on that, so I will leave it at that. And then also been coordinating with staff. This is one of those projects that I can look to and say that we've got a lot of great interaction and collaboration going on between staff who are really trying to make sure that our flagpoles and other things that we want to have in place for that event are done and completed at least 2 weeks before the event. That's my internal deadline. And working with both staff and the mayor to make that happen. It's been a very successful project thus far, in my view. Also been working with staff and contractors to facilitate the installation of the new security camera systems that were approved for both the water treatment plant as well as the city park. So that is moving along nicely as well. And most recently, I threw this in at the end. This happened just last week. I attended the Cascade West Regional Consortium meeting. For those of you who aren't aware, the Cascade West Regional Consortium is an economic development focused organization that is a 501c3, a nonprofit. And they're largely made up of local governments as well as nonprofit groups and state agencies. The topic of this month was looking at combining economic development with some new wetland mitigation banking laws that have just recently passed. Essentially, that gives a developer the ability to build on land and sell off the parts of land as a credit that can never be built on to some organization that can maintain that area as a wetland. It's a great win-win for both the environment and the developer. And we're trying to think about how we can unlock that to be just another tool in the tool belt for economic development organizations like cities, counties, and the state. Those are the big moving pieces. Are there any questions on this report?
Councilor Cuthbertson, Councilor Williams, do you have any comments, questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you, TJ.
Absolutely.
Okay. Great, thank you, TJ, for the report. So we got Public Works up next.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so I'll talk briefly about some of the really great work that Mark and Jake have. I almost forgot his name there. Mark and Jake have been working on. Jake has just hit the ground running. It almost feels sometimes like he's been here for a year, because he just rolled right into the job just so well. So again, Mark points out right off the top, that he'll be on his annual training for the Navy. That started today. Today was his first day out. He'll be back on the 7th of August. But I will say that he anticipated that, given that we have a new guy and that this is in the middle of summer, he anticipated that he might be needed locally. And he was right. And so I supported him in his request to ask the Navy if he could transition from San Francisco, I believe it is. I might have gotten that wrong. It might have been San Diego, one of the Sands in California. What is it, Mayor?
San Diego.
San Diego. Okay. He's in Springfield, and he is available to do some of our emergency responses, as well as help coordinate and lead the Parks and Recreation Committee. He will, of course, be paid for that time above and beyond the time he's already getting paid for his leave through the Navy. And it's a really great win-win for him, as well as for the city. I know that this is something he cares deeply about here as well. He passed his water treatment exam on the 29th of June. As I think we had mentioned previously as well, there's also some planning and work to look at exploring and testing 2 wells at the city park. There's a couple of reasons for that. One is that we could use those wells for irrigation, but also we can use those wells to supplement our existing city water source, potentially reduce TTHMs. If you've all heard the adage, dilution is the solution to pollution. That is a lot of what you're able to do with that. You're able to reduce those TTHMs by bringing in another source that doesn't have any organic matter that turns into those TTHMs. So we've been working with our water master as well as with the state, and we expect to make this a project that aligns directly with the engineer who comes on board to do our water modernization project, and explore whether that's something we can do in tandem for a reasonable cost and reasonable amount of difficulty. And that's something that I think is very achievable. We'll find out. He completed dust control on 7/13, and we also ordered 3 new flag poles for City Hall to replace the current one in the current configuration. Very excited about that. I think this is going to be a big improvement for the city. And then I think we had mentioned previously, but just to make sure everybody knows, the Kubota is working just fine after our little snafu and its short period out of commission. It is doing great at exactly the time that we need it to be doing good. So that was an excellent outcome that continues to be positive. Any questions about the Public Works report?
Not really a question, more of a suggestion of something to look at.
Mhm.
If we're doing dust control on city properties, there's quite a few gravel lots and things like that around here that could use dust control. And I'm wondering if we're going to hire out for landscape use, can we hire out for dust control? If we're going to have a dust control thing going on, get people to sign up and pay for it, is that something that would be feasible?
Help me understand that. Could you say that question again, Harry?
Well, the lot right next to me, between me and the highway, creates a lot of dust. And I'm not sure if the owners are going to do anything, but I'm just trying to think of some ways of improving the air quality, the aesthetics around the town by not having dust everywhere. I mean, we do have a lot of gravel streets, still. I know at least the one big gravel parking lot in front of me. It's just something I thought I'd bring up. Not a big deal. It's not a urgent thing. It's just, if we can do it, it'd be nice to do.
Here's what I'd like to suggest on that. We will be having our Parks Committee meeting, I believe next week. It's let me see here really quickly. It's going to be the 8th. And that is something we could absolutely discuss at the Parks Committee meeting. I see that Councilor Cuthbertson's online with me, and so I'll make sure that that's okay to add to the agenda as a discussion. And if you wouldn't mind, Councilor Myers, if you could send me a quick email that just summarizes your suggestion, so I can wrap my head around it and make sure it goes into the agenda the way that you'd like. Would that be okay?
Thank you.
Excuse me, TJ.
Yes.
The 8th is Saturday. The meeting is supposed to be the 6th, and Mark is on Navy Reserve duty.
You're right. I was looking at July. My apologies. You're absolutely correct. I was looking at my calendar rather than our actual calendar, making a guess on the day, and I got the month wrong. Thank you.
Are we still going to have a meeting with Mark Bowd on reserve duty?
Yes, that is what I had mentioned just a few minutes ago, that because he's local, I gave him the option. After speaking with Councilor Cuthbertson being the chair of that committee, we agreed that nobody's going to twist his arm, but if he's willing and interested in making sure that we do have a meeting in August, that we would like to do so given his feedback. And he was eager to say, yes, absolutely, I'll come in and do that meeting after a day of doing some training in Springfield. So yes, that is on, and it's on the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to congratulate Mark for passing his water treatment exam. Great news. Gets him a step closer to us not having to rely on Chuck all the time.
Thank you, sir. He's doing a really great job. And one thing he did ask me is, when can Jacob start taking those exams? And that's something he wants to do. My feedback was, let's have Jacob have a good 3 months under his belt of learning everything about the city. That's also the probationary period. And after that 3 months, that's a perfect time to have him start to go through the testing process, where we have yet a second person in the queue to have those certifications as well.
That sounds good.
Yes, sir. So I have a question. Relative to the telephone merger with Pioneer in Philomath. Do you, so that is in process, I gather, because it has to be approved by the state and et cetera.
It's got to be approved by the feds. Yeah.
Okay. So do we know a timeline for that?
Don't have a timeline. TJ, did they mention the timeline to you at all?
No, the federal government marches to the beat of their own drum. And so we hope that they will have this done in the near future. I will say that there's a significant shakeup in utilities across the country right now. It's actually something I just found out. I hope Little Old Monroe, with our small merger, our small transition, will be one that gets passed pretty quickly. But we are waiting to find out. My understanding is the deal, the actual purchase is done, and as soon as the FTC approves that, we'll then be able to finalize the franchise transition from the city, with the city from Monroe Telephone to Pioneer. We don't have any more information, though, about the proprietary timeline. All we really have control of and attention to is our role, which is to make sure the franchise agreement moves smoothly.
Okay, I guess one of the extension of that question is, do you know, are they going to close this office down and move it all to Philomath?
We don't know yet.
You don't know that?
Yeah, they haven't. As far as I know, everything's still in progress. I know TJ, they mentioned something about having a meeting at some point in time. They haven't said anything when that might be, have they, to you?
On what piece?
On them having a meeting here in town with the community?
Yeah, so what we'll do is once the franchise agreement is legally allowed to move forward, we are going to have Pioneer come to a city council meeting. They will have an agenda item specifically for them to come up to the podium, give updates. I suspect that they have those dates and information available to them, and they may even have all that shored up more detail by that time. If I were to guess, I'd say probably September, October. It would be my hope and guess, but we'll wait and see.
Yes, sir.
If I can make a comment on Mark also,
Oh, yeah.
how responsive he is and comes out every time I call. The response doesn't matter where he's at. Just seems to be like I do. So I
So,
appreciate that.
I don't know if you can hear Sergeant Bressler, but very kind words about Mark and his responsiveness. Thank you very much.
That's appreciated. Public Works does a lot of great work, and they don't always hear the good things. And so, thank you. And I believe somebody online was just about to speak.
Yes, it's Counselor Williams, TJ. Can you give an update on that other company that was coming in that would be in direct competition with Monroe Telephone? I mean, the last time I heard about it, contracts were being looked at by our legal and their legal, but I'm not sure what the status is.
So,
Thank
Spectrum.
you for that. So, one quick clarification and acknowledgement also of what you just said. So, the agreement coming forward now is with Spectrum Charter. That is going right alongside a new trunk line, a large data line that was installed along Highway 99 about a year ago or so. And there is a new franchise agreement for cable services. I worked very closely with our legal team, who worked closely with Charter Spectrum's legal team, where that was left off back in the beginning of June or so. They had everything that they needed from the city. That is moving forward, and I would expect to see something for council to approve here in the very near future. A finalized franchise agreement. Now, on the competition piece, as you all know, they're not a telecommunications company. They're a cable company, and we did ask this question: what services do you or don't you include in that franchise agreement? And the Cable Act of the federal government's Cable Act does not give local governments or really any government the right to pick and choose the services that are provided. So a cable company can offer a VoIP or a voice internet protocol telephone line. Many people have telephone through their cable service. So while they're not in direct competition with the with the telephone company, I understand that perception. And we did check in about that and learn a little bit about that in the process. Updates in the near future, and I could actually poke them, our attorney, and just check to see, hey, where are you at in terms of status and timeline.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one, Spectrum has gone on for quite some time.
Yeah.
Nice to wrap it up. Been like a year.
TJ, on Mark's report, two things. One, we went 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, or 4, 5. There's no 3. The nitpick. Second to that, in light of the earlier public comment around grass, plates, do you think we could see Mark add some commentary or color there month to month as to that topic?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Also, I had to highlight, and I'm going to research later, what a patch sampler for the influence side is. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think a little more detail would be helpful. It's easy for us to get in the weeds and just to imagine that everybody knows what we're talking about, right? But I had to ask for some clarification on that too. I won't butcher it. I think I understand, but essentially we have a sole provider of a sampler that tells us what the water quality is, and we need to have those on hand, and so we're purchasing a new one from that supplier. But I'll make sure that Mark includes a little more clarification on that kind of stuff, as well as you requested, more information about our ordinance enforcement.
I have an add-on to Councilor Kelty's question regarding the, I should say, vegetation enforcement.
Mhm.
Do we have any coordination with the Monroe Rural Fire District regarding any of their legal requirements for vegetation?
Yes, so we do check in with the fire department. There's nothing above or beyond what the city requires that they're gonna require or ask us to do. They do, I think, at a certain point, let us know when a property has gotten to a point where they believe it's a fire or life safety issue. But I'll be honest with you that we typically get citizens calling us well before that point in time. So if the fire department does mention it, usually it's addressed or very nearly addressed. We had one of those just last week, actually, that finally got cut because there was quite some concern about that property owner.
So we're pretty much in lockstep as far as the legal part of it. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mark checks in with Chris regularly. We do maintain a very good relationship with the fire chief, and we encourage them to let us know if they see something.
Okay, very good. Any other questions regarding the Public Works report? Okay. I guess we'll move on to the finance report.
All right. So as I mentioned earlier, Don's been working closely with me on the 2025-26 audits. We've developed a very clear workflow system. Essentially, Don is setting up the information that we need to sit down and talk about. We have scheduled meetings to do that, typically an hour, hour and a half at a time, and then we batch the information that we're going to be providing to the auditor. There are something like 50 or so items that need to be individually submitted through the audit process. It could be as simple as a check, could be also as in-depth as an entire process for maybe a payroll or something like that. These are through a system called SureLink Audit, so that's really just their own project management tool that we use to make sure that they're getting the information from us and it's being transferred safely and securely. We're also we'll continue to coordinate with the auditors and provide updates to council as that moves forward. We expect, so on the 31st, our first batch of documents is due. And then our second and final batch, essentially, of documents will be due on the 14th of August. So a lot of work ahead of us, a lot going on behind the scenes as that gets prepared.
Do you actually write reports off Trello as far as your compliance?
Write reports, is that what you said?
No, you're using Trello for your workflow?
Yeah.
Or do you guys also use that for reporting compliance and so forth?
Yes, that is exactly what we're using. So our ordinance enforcement, that is our go-to project management tool for everything that we do inside of the city. And if you're familiar with it, yeah, it's that Asana-based Atlassian tool, which I'm a huge proponent of, which is why we use it. There's a lot of other tools out there, but yeah, I'm glad somebody else knows it. That's awesome.
I've used it quite a bit. Not for the last
Nice.
couple of years, because the license expired.
Oh no, it integrates nicely with Jira for any of your IT folks out there. So Atlassian is just such an awesome tool. I swear I don't work for them, but I'm just, So the new fiscal year, we have finalized the entry of all of the 26-27 budget information into the city's financial system. And what we've ensured is all the appropriations and budgeted amounts are accurately reflected based on that June 29th meeting to finalize the budget. We're also using a number of budget worksheets that we've developed through that budget process to make sure those expenses are accurately distributed across the funds as dictated by council. And that includes, of course, the funds, the expenditure categories, and then just making sure, as Don says here, that we do have that consistency between the adopted budget and the financial recording system. This is critical as we move into transitioning to a brand new software tool for financial management. And so we're doing that all right now, beginning after we have the budget or had the budget input into our new system properly. So the data coming out of that system and into Cassell is all accurate. And then again, she does mention that again with the Cassell data gathering and preparation. Everything I just mentioned goes directly into that. We're also researching requirements together and the procedures that are necessary to properly dissolve the municipal court. We will have a comprehensive update for you next month, so 1 month from now, on a number of the things that need to happen, including our coordination with the state and the county on that.
Okay, any questions for TJ on the finance report?
I was thinking, didn't we change Dawn's title?
We did, we just haven't caught up yet.
No comments other than that.
It's been busy, I think, TJ. I think it's a fair statement, it's been busy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and move on, guys. Let's go ahead and consent agenda is in your packet.
Right, so I'll give you a brief narrative while you all look through that. You have your treasurer's report first. That is showing your fund totals. So you can see on the left-hand side, each one of those funds, which should feel pretty familiar to all of you going through that long budget process. The previous balance, the revenues, expenditures, and the ending balance. A little bit more in detail. On that next page, you have the treasurer's report and the account details. And so this is going to show Columbia Bank and Express Online Banking, and all of the funds, including deposits and withdrawals and the ending balance throughout this past month. We also have balances on our local government investment pool, the LGIP. Moving on, we have the Treasurer's Report Fund Investment Buying Count. And so this includes the purchases, the interests, and the total investment that we've made using those funds that are inside of the LGIP. So you can see down at the bottom the total LGIP and how that number is made up. You have the Treasurer's Report of outstanding vouchers. All the checks that we have written. And then a outstanding vouchers check register, essentially, by fund on that next page. All right. You have your transaction journal. So this is going to give you the in the weeds detail of everything we've bought throughout this past month. Lot of individual expenses. We also have our express bill pay, things like CIS on there. The checks that we write to our contractors, as well as there's Hatch again, that sole provider of our water treatment plant supplies. All right. We also have some things from our utility customers, as well as express bill pay. Again, more for our contractors. And the transaction journal does go on for a good number of pages, so I'll speed up just a little bit in case, or unless anybody wants to hone in on anything. That's page 7. And then our final numbers down at the bottom of page 7 for the transaction journal, with the final amounts within a fund category basis. And then following that, you have the information from Columbia Bank, which includes all of the purchases that are directly billed. So this includes Adobe and some other things, including our water system and our email. And then our accounts payables that have been paid. And then moving along, as well as our accounts payables that are coming up. You can see our distributions there. Paying our contractors, including our legal team. Safe would be our insurance. And I will keep a clean break here at the financials. I'll give you all a moment before we move on to the second half of the consent agenda, being the minutes.
All right, when everybody has a chance and they're ready, I entertain a motion.
Oh, and I don't know if everybody's looked at the minutes, but this just covered what we talked about last month at part of the consent agenda with the essentially opening up our budget hearing, our adjustments to Fund 601, budget corrections, as well as the closing of that hearing and the resolutions that were signed, the 3 and the succession. That's the final. I wanted to make sure I touched on that. Sorry, sir.
No, you're fine.
Where does it say in the minutes if that was a marathon?
It doesn't say that. The feeling is it would come through.
Are you looking for motions or not?
Yes, Gary.
I'm sure everybody's had a chance. I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes as written.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
I should say consent agenda as amended.
Usually a bit.
I'll amend it to mean that the consent agenda and minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Myers.
Yeah, your motion covers both. I'm just going to give us another moment here, and then we'll get it. Councilor Cuthbertson and Councilor Williams, are you needing extra time, or are you going to be ready to vote here in a moment?
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
I'm ready.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and let's vote on this motion. Councilor Wright?
Yes.
Councilor Evans?
Yes.
Councilor Meyer?
Yes.
Councilor Schulte?
Yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Great, thank you all. Moving on, we have next on the agenda is a budget discussion. BJ, I believe that's your topic as well.
All right. Thank you very much for the time on this. I wanted to let you all know that we've had a couple of changes over these past couple of weeks, just about a month since passing the budget. And my original intent was to bring to you a reconciliation resolution, but we actually have about 5 changes to our budget to make. And this leads me more in the direction of a simple supplemental budget, one that won't require a long, drawn-out hearing process, but it does require an action by council. So what that would include is some personnel changes. So first off, George resigned, as you all know, which put our 32-hour per week person, Jake, at 40 hours a week. We need to make that adjustment. That would have been a simple one on its own. We also have, we want to make sure that personnel change is implemented properly. The Cassell implementation, it became, we learned that our costs are actually a little bit higher than what we initially thought they were going to be. And those costs are in the neighborhood of around $5,000. More than what we had initially thought, and that's largely because there are some tools as part of that Cassell process platform that we just cannot live without, that must be included. So after working with our team at Cassell, we need to make sure that we have sufficient funding to cover that expenditure. There is one change to make to our interfund transfers. And then in addition to that, rather than just making a series of changes by resolution, my recommendation is that we bring before you a supplemental budget resolution that we can pass fairly quickly and easily. It's a bit more surgical. It is not in detail of every single fund, line by line. But my recommendation is that we convert our work session meeting into a regular meeting so that we would have the opportunity to address that in the middle of the month without skipping a beat and getting that done before our next council meeting. I did have the opportunity to discuss this both with Dawn over the last couple of weeks, as well as the mayor later last week and early this week. And so what I would ask the council for is direction to convert that work session meeting into a regular meeting so I can bring to you a budget resolution that updates those pieces, and you'll have the details of those at that time.
Talk about August 10th.
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about the August 10th meeting?
Yes, that is correct. Let me double check here.
In 2 weeks.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. In 2 weeks on the 10th.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, I mean, we're already meeting as it is.
Yeah, I have no problem.
I thought that was the most painless way to do it.
Yeah.
We just have to, all we have to do is change the public announcement.
Yeah, that's pretty much. We're already meeting, it's just we need to make sure everybody's here so we can vote on it. Other than that, it just seems like the most convenient thing to do.
It'll be hybrid anyway, right? Online.
Yeah, oh, I'm sure, yeah. Always is. But Councilor Cuthbertson and Councilor Williams, any issue with converting our next work session into a regular council meeting?
Works for me.
Okay,
I should be fine.
okay, great. Well, it sounds like everybody's on board with it, so we'll go ahead and convert the meeting from a work session to a regular city council meeting on Monday, August 10th.
So noted, and this will be updated on the website tomorrow.
Okay, very good.
That's all I had on that. You'll get to hear a lot more in 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. So the next item on the agenda is actually one of my items. So TJ mentioned earlier about the first responders event. We're planning that, we're working with the fire department, we're working with PJ and the folks at City Hall. It is on September 11th. It'll be at the fire station from 4 to 7 p.m. I've already gotten the thumbs up from the fire chief on location and timing and everything. I'm working on, I've got a timeline that I've just about finalized. I think I'll have it finalized by the next council meeting to share with everyone. I do have, the folks online, you can't see the flyer that I have in my hand, but the folks in the room, this is the front of the flyer that I'm going to be sending. I'm going to have them printed and handed out. I'm going to put a copy of the event map on the back of the flyer, so it'll look something like, if I hold it out. Let's see.
So Friday, the one, right?
Correct. Maybe I didn't. Anyway, take my word for it. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, here we go. So this is a rough draft. Again, this is for the folks in the room of the event. Yeah, you can see that real nice looking. I can pass it around too. And yeah, that's always see that. Anyway, so I'm gonna get the flyers printed and they're gonna be handed out. It's gonna be on social media. Anyone and everyone is welcome. First responders that are there, they will be getting a free meal. Any active duty personnel, veterans, same goes, get a free meal. So I'm working with a food truck on that piece of it right now. We're going to have speakers. I'll be speaking, I'm sure, a few things. I always do at these events. Representative Gomberg is expected to be at the event. I did invite Senator Anderson, but he'll be out of the country, so he's not available. I do anticipate 2 Benton County commissioners for the event. Ruby Wise and Shepherd. And then, of course, the fire chief will be there. I'm expecting the sheriff to be there. I actually am hoping to actually give the sheriff a certificate of appreciation. This is going to be his last year as sheriff. So he will be, I believe he's retiring. If I have that wrong, I apologize. I would like to recognize his efforts and his partnership and working with us and ensuring that our community is safe. Me too, but they're boring. So anyway, I'll be working with city staff on setup. The fire department will also help us with setup and tear down as well. Like I said, I've got a timeline and I'll finalize that and I can share that with the council. About 2 or 3 weeks before the event.
I just need
So I didn't know if there were any questions. I just kind of rattled off what's going on there. It's a pretty simple event. We're also hoping that the new flagpole will be up and really looking forward. That's going to be a very nice display for everyone in the city to enjoy. That's one of the, but I didn't know if you guys had any questions about the event itself.
What was the time to start?
4 o'clock.
Yep, in the afternoon.
Right. TJ, did you want to add anything to that?
Nothing except for the fact that I think this is a really great thing to be spending some time on. Of all the dry and sometimes not so fun activities, this has been one of the ones that has been pretty exciting to work with the mayor and staff on, and I'm really looking forward to it, and I appreciate this work.
If there are any questions, I mean, you can always ask me questions. You can text me, you can email me. If your email doesn't work, call me. Smoke signals if you want. However, but yeah, let me know if you have any questions. And then you are all invited. All city council is invited. I didn't make that. Planning commissioners, everyone. Well, of course, but it's like, I want to make sure I got all my bases covered. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we move on to the next agenda item. Actually, there's an image in our packet. It is a special commemorative flag. It is for September 11th. This is the 25th anniversary of that day. And I have a flag that is on order. It's coming. I have it here. It's, the company is based in Portland, Oregon. They're making the flag in New York State. And it's en route as we speak. I don't know if the folks online can see the image of the flag or not. You got it up there? Okay, so the folks online can see it. So I just need, this is part of that resolution that we had last time around. Approving the letters of the flag so we can fly it. It's a 3x. It's the same size as what we have. Thoughts, concerns, issues, comments? It is two-sided. If you think it'll work, definitely entertain a motion.
We need a motion to have a flag.
Council has to approve
Where is this gonna fly?
it. City Hall.
Below the American.
You're using flag poles.
We'll have three. We're good. It'll be,
Might be staff.
it might be staff. We'll have to see how it goes.
We have to have.
We have plenty, yes, we have plenty of time. Yeah, so the middle one will be the tallest flagpole, and that'll have the US flag on it. And you'll have shorter ones on the left and the right. I believe the one on the right is gonna have the state flag and the PMWA. And then we don't have a city flag, that can go on the left, I suppose, if we had one. Otherwise, I have a feeling that's what this is.
I'll make a motion to approve the flying of the 9/11, September 11, 2001 Patriot Day inverted flag.
I'll second.
Drag it out again. Okay. If there are any questions, I'm gonna go ahead and vote real quick here. We're ready. Councilor Ray?
I,
Oh, sorry. What's going on? Councilor Cuthbertson? Were you voting?
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were gonna have more discussion.
Oh, we can. Go ahead.
I don't understand where this flag cut came from or who made it, and so I have a little bit of a concern of just flying any old flag somebody just made up somewhere at a city building. Anyway, I just my personal opinion. I am concerned about how that leaves us open to if we can fly this flag, then we can fly this flag, we can fly this flag.
Well, I'd have to pull the resolution out, but any flag requests that come, they have to be approved by council. And I know there are restrictions to the type of flags that can't be flown. I know we can't fly any flags of a religious nature or political nature, and you know that. This is just honoring a day.
Do we have a 250 flag?
We do.
Yeah. So we could probably fly it with the same thing.
Go ahead or take it. Okay. Any other comments? Oh, I just bought it. I'm donating it to the city.
And this was this American made, right?
Correct. Yeah. That was one of the stipulations.
Only made the resolution. That would be American made.
Yep.
How long will this be flown for? Is there a duration?
That is a great question. I honestly, Mark usually asks, and I don't know what the duration on this would be. I'm gonna take a stab of just the week of, September 11th, that would be my guess.
I know the 250s are around all year.
Sir, I would recommend, based on the resolution, it states that flags must be introduced by a member of the council. And the duration is something that typically would come along with the motion that is passed. So I might recommend that a motion be presented to the council that states the purpose of the flag and the duration for which it will fly.
Okay.
I'd like to amend it, my motion. I'm gonna shoot for this here. Amend the motion to reflect this flag, this commemorative flag, will be flown 4 days prior to September 11th and 4 more days after September 11th.
What will be the purpose? Throw that in here.
Wait, what?
To commemorate.
To commemorate Patriot. Yes. Tack on to my original
Yes.
motion.
Okay, and then you want to go ahead at 3 seconds?
I second the amendment to the original.
There you go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and vote. Do we need to have another discussion, or are we ready to vote?
All good on my end.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Counselor Ray?
Yes.
Counselor Evans?
Yes.
Counselor Myers?
Yes.
Counselor Kelsey?
Yes.
Counselor Cuthbertson?
No,
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Now may I ask that we make a resolution to fly the 250 flag?
Sure.
Make a resolution that we fly the America 250 celebration flag at the same time as the 9/11.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion or comments on that?
When we voted on the 250
I-
flag. Go ahead, Jean.
I missed what that was. I'm sorry, what are you proposing?
I'm asking that we fly the American 250 celebration flag at the same time as the 9/11 flag. The 250 actually is celebrated all year.
Is it
That's the
an authorized flag or is it just something somebody found somewhere? I'm not familiar with that one either.
I'm not sure if that was one of the,
I thought we did that.
Yeah.
No, we
Authorized, that's what I heard.
we approved it, yeah, we went ahead and we voted. But whether it's a quote unquote approved,
Time fly it.
yeah, I guess. I don't
No, we
know.
didn't.
Well,
No.
my motion's just to ask the flag at the same time as the 9/11.
Well, we're putting it in time frame.
Right, yeah, to add to that.
Right.
Right.
Right, so it's basically in addition to.
Yeah.
It's just my understanding that there's only 3 that are supposed to fly, and that's the state flag, the American flag, and the POW flag. And so that's the only reason why I'm asking, is it's my understanding that those are the 3 that are authorized. So I have concerns just based on the fact that we're just picking different flags to fly, that's all.
That's wrong. I think that you can fly up to 5, and it might be 7. As long as the American flag's the tallest.
So I can comment briefly that those 3 are required. Those are absolutely required flags for proper presentation. However, a city is allowed to fly additional flags for commemorative purposes. That last resolution that we passed, that is straightforward boilerplate language that many cities around the country and in Oregon do have, so that they can do that. Again, it must be presented by a council member and must be approved by the council in the duration that it stays up. should also be noted, but they fly secondary and below the other flags, which do not get replaced or don't get moved. You do see this oftentimes for important organizations. We saw this at 9/11. There were a number of times throughout history where we've seen stuff like that. But I appreciate the counselor's question because that's a very good one.
So correct me then if I'm wrong. So if we fly the other flags, they have to be below. And that's the purpose of the other one as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I should have asked more on the last one.
No worries.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Basically, it's tacking on to having the 250 flag flown with the same time as September 11th. So
I might recommend, sir, if it's okay, that you make that a separate motion. My understanding, I think what I heard, is that the intent is for that to fly longer than 4 days before and 4 days after 9/11. If I'm not mistaken, I thought I heard the full year. I don't know if that's correct. So if the timing of how long it's up there does change, then you can simply just make that a separate motion, especially since you just voted on the last one and finalized it. It might be challenging to resurrect that after its completion, but a second motion might be just as easy.
It was a second motion. I was just made the time frame the same as concurrent with the 9/11.
Got it.
And I figured if we ever want to keep it up all year, we can make another motion later on.
Got it. Okay.
Otherwise, why not?
Can I just get some clarification on how many flags are we actually going to be flying for this event? 6? Are we looking at 6 flags?
Not 6 flags.
Six Flags over Oregon.
So we'll have our 3 primary plus these 2 is what I'm counting. So American, state, POW, which are there at all
Yeah.
times. And then the 9/11 and the 250th.
I'll
Okay.
explain my request, why my request. We only have 3 flagpoles, and we have 1 flagpole with 2 flags. Let's put 2 flags on the other outside pole to balance it out. I'm just looking at the aesthetics, along with, some people might have strong feelings about 9/11, but America 250, they might, be okay with. I'm just trying to spread the peace, so to speak.
I have a question. As long as we're flying POW flag, why are we not flying an MIA flag?
Well, it's a combined.
It's combined.
Okay. Good. You shouldn't fly one without the other.
So great.
So going back to 250, you're saying fly it on the same schedule
As the 9/11, for now.
for now, not instead until you're.
Yeah, we could extend the year in later. We don't have to do it now. I mean, we got another meeting.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, we can change it and fly it now.
It was fine right now.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
Well, we approved it last time, just, I don't think we.
what was the time frame on that?
We didn't put it in front.
Can I retract my motion and just put a time frame on? 255?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay, TJ?
Yeah, if the council is unanimously understanding, and I mean, if everybody understands it and agrees with that, I see no issue with the council just affirming as much.
Okay. I retract my previous motion, and I now make an amended motion that the 250 flag shall fly from current date through 12/23 or 12/31/2026. Since we didn't have it before. Just to make sure we don't take it down.
All right, so that's our, anybody would like to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all right. Okay. Honestly, I wanted to make this simple.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I think we got the walls up down now.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. And I apologize for the confusion. All right, any other comments, questions? Are we okay to go ahead and vote?
Yeah, I have another potentially stupid question. So
Fine.
what is the like protocol? You'll have to inform me because I do not know. For like taking them down and putting them up. What does that look like and who's going to be doing that?
So I know Mark is the primary person that deals with the flags. He puts them up, he takes them down. But TJ, I'll let you answer that question more, because I only know part of it.
No, that's absolutely correct. So what we do is we give, aside from the flags that have a known protocol, we give a directive to you, the council, give a directive to staff to put up the flags that are approved, and then Mark is responsible for putting those up and taking them down on the schedule that is determined by council. Again, those are secondary and below the flags that are already there permanently.
Who's responsible for taking them when we're supposed to be at half-mast? Who's responsible for doing that? And do they know the proper protocol where you, even if they're up all the time with like a spotlight on them, where you take it all the way down, raise it all the way back up, and then you raise it down to half-mast? Who's responsible for doing that?
So again, I think historically, Mark has been the responsible for that. And largely, it's because his military background and also being the public works lead. That is a task that falls to public works for one of their many tasks that they have in the city. I will say though that Mark works closely with the VFW. As well as with other veterans. In being in the military, I feel very confident telling you that he is committed to the proper protocol. If we know that it's to be flown at half-mast, Mark will do that. And I will check with him, because if he is uncertain to any extent about how to do that or when to do that, there is training and support available, but I suspect he doesn't need that, most likely, but if he does, I'll check in.
I'm sure he doesn't need the training, but in the event he's not available, like now that he's on the reserve duty, or he's on vacation somewhere, or he's homesick, or whatever the case may be, he's out working on a broken pipe, whatever. Because you never know when the order's going to come in for a half-mast flying with the American flag. Who would do it in his replacement?
Well, ideally, my goal is to have everybody cross-trained on everything that they can be trained on. So to be honest with you, I don't know the answers to any of these things. I don't know what half-mast is supposed to look like. I don't know the order in which flags go. So that's a training that I would be interested in taking myself. And I can absolutely make that a staff training for that exact reason. It's a good point.
Okay, because there's also a proper procedure when it's no longer at half-mast, needs to be raised up to full mast, because it doesn't go just from half-mast up to full mast. It goes all the way down and then raised all the way back up.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's something that I do care about and would like to know myself.
Okay.
Every line was over on the wall.
Yeah. VFW has been helpful.
Yeah, to get the like of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have this motion, and we have a second. You ready to vote?
What's this one on again now? We've gone round and round.
It's just authorizing the 250 flag to be flown December 31st.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we're doing it.
And we don't have to go with it.
Right.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All right, Councilor Williams.
So this is just for the 250 until the end of December of 2026?
That is correct.
Yes.
Counselor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Welty.
Yes.
Counselor Myers.
Yes.
Counselor Evans.
Yes.
Counselor Ray.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. All right, let's move on to the library landscaping services contract. I believe, do we have that in the packet, a draft of that?
We sure do. Yes, we do. And I'll go ahead and get it up on the screen here.
Wonderful.
One moment. All right. So I wanted to go ahead and let you all know the footwork that I've done over the past month. And so first and foremost, I drafted this contract. I put it in front of South Benton Community Enhancement Association. Roger. He and I discussed it over email as well as over the phone. He gave me the thumbs up today. He said, unfortunately, he's not able to be at the meeting this evening, but he will be presenting this to his board on August 12th, I believe he told me. I'm not very good at guessing dates tonight, so I just read it a little bit ago. I think the 12th is probably accurate. But in a week or two, he'll be having his board meeting and discussing that. Before I go into the detail, what I'm asking you for this evening is the direction and authorization to enter into an agreement with South Benton Community Enhancement Association based on this draft here so that we can move through the final little nuts and bolts, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and sign off on it very soon, make it a done deal. So I'll just go through the boilerplate language. This is the agreement itself. We call the agreement between the City of Monroe and the South Benton Community Enhancement Association. The purpose is that the SBCEA desires to have the city provide that routine mowing and grounds maintenance services that we've discussed previously at the community library. The city agrees to provide such services subject to the terms of this agreement. Those services are that the city shall provide routine mowing and trimming of the library grounds using our personnel and equipment. Services will be performed at intervals that are determined by the city based upon the staffing that's available, weather conditions, operational priorities, and the city's normal maintenance schedule. Nothing in this agreement shall obligate the city to perform services on any specific date or frequency. Compensation. You asked me to identify what the middle of the road cost is for an hour of service. It's about $45 on the low end to $100 on the high end, and that's weighted slightly towards the lower end. So the average comes out to $65 an hour, and Roger is very much on board with this. SBCEA shall pay the city a fee of $65 per hour. The fee is intended to represent, again, that fair average market value of labor, equipment usage, fuel, overhead, and administrative costs that are associated with providing that service, rather than trying to figure out what the exact costs of all of our materials and staff are. The city shall invoice SBCEA monthly, and payments will be due within 30 days of the invoice date. This is an independent government service, and so the city is performing these services as an independent governmental entity. And nothing in this agreement creates a partnership or an agency relationship, employment relationship, or joint venture between the parties. Holds harmless and indemnification. To the fullest extent permitted by Oregon law, SBCEA shall defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the city of Monroe and its elective officials, officers, employees, volunteers, and agents from and against any and all claims, demands, damages, liabilities, losses, costs, and expenses, including reasonable attorney fees, arising out of or related to the condition of the library property or SBCEA's ownership, operation, or use of the property, except to the extent that it's caused by the sole negligence of the city. Liability. The city shall not be liable for damages to landscaping, irrigation systems, underground improvements, or other property unless caused by the city's gross negligence or willful misconduct. Term and termination. This agreement shall become effective upon execution by both parties and shall continue until it's terminated. Either party may terminate this agreement with or without cause upon 30 days written notice. This is the entire agreement. This agreement constitutes the entire agreement between the parties regarding the services described herein and may be amended only in writing, signed by both parties. Here is the signature block. And again, what I'm asking for this evening is your authorization to take this document and now that it's been agreed to by both SBCEA as well as myself as staff, I'm looking for you to direct me to move forward with executing the agreement with SBCEA following their board's approval and our final check by the city attorney once everything is complete, if there are no substantial changes. Of course, if there are any substantial changes, like if the board says, let's add 4 more sections, obviously that will be coming back to you. But I expect this to remain exactly as is. And if so, what I'm looking for is the direction and authorization from council tonight to enter into this agreement as soon as that process is complete.
I just want to make one comment. I noticed that it's kind of a never-ending agreement unless we got 30 days notice. There's not even a review date in there anywhere. So what if we have cost increases that we need to change the rate? We don't have any review date to be able to do that.
We could do it at any time. That's a great question, Councilor Myers. So putting in a review date essentially stamps a time at which we're going to revisit it, and we may not have anything to revisit. So the things that would change are a substantial cost increase, a change in our staffing or ability to do the work, or a change in SBCEA's desire for us to continue doing that work. Perhaps they find another contractor. At that time, they can simply, either one of us can execute the termination clause and end the agreement, or propose an amendment, which must be done in writing, both of which are provided for in this document. So rather than having a revisit date, I thought it would be cleaner and simpler just to have those 2 pieces available. But I want to make sure, this is why it's in front of council, so you all can make those revisions or changes as you might see fit.
No, I agree with what you got. I just was questioning it because I hadn't seen it before like that.
Got it.
But anyway, thank you.
No, any other comments, questions regarding this agreement with the library on landscaping?
I'm sorry, where in here does it say that we can do that, TJ?
What's that?
Oh, you mean the amendment?
Yeah.
7 and 8 are the 2 operative sections. So 7 says that it can be terminated within 30 days notice. And section 8, where it says the entire agreement, it may be amended only in writing, signed by both parties. So that last piece of that sentence there.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I would add, TJ, go ahead, Councilor.
Oh, I just have another stupid question. What is the difference between an agreement and an MOU?
Yeah, so an agreement is really typically for services that are provided. An MOU, a memorandum of understanding, typically is involved around some kind of partnership. You'll often see those attached to a grant, for example, where 2 organizations are working together and they're both responsible for carrying some responsibility as a team. This is a situation where we're essentially buying our services, so it's just an agreement.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Thank you.
I'd also say, from my perspective, an MOU is not a contract. It's more of a document of good intentions, perhaps. Yeah. Only thing I would add, TJ, to 7, to term and termination, is just clarity on making sure that if there is any outstanding payment, that they do pay it Not like
Oh.
we do the work and then they immediately terminate. So that could be stronger, I suppose. Right.
Yeah, you want to give me just a quick,
Sure.
maybe a thought or recommendation on that?
Sorry, TJ. Say that again.
Yeah, maybe a quick recommendation on that. What are you thinking?
We workshop it.
So Councilor Felty, let's do this. If you would, was that from Councilor Felty, I believe, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, if you would you email me once you've had a chance to think through it? I'd be more than happy to include that. That doesn't stop council from giving me that direction this evening to enter into that contract. If you're comfortable with me adding a simple sentence or sentence fragment that essentially gets at that payment due and termination piece that Councilor Felty just mentioned.
Basically it's a services rendered.
Yeah, it's like if they put in a 30-day notice before we get the invoice to them, how are we gonna hold them to the invoice? Because we're giving them 30 days on the invoice.
It's still due. The invoice is due. I mean, even if they get the service from us and they canceled that moment, while we're finishing up and packing up the truck and guys are going back, like it's still due to us. Nothing in an agreement would ever force them to pay. Like, what if they said, hey, we're never going to pay you. I guess your only option is legal recourse. I don't know that we'd do that over $150. And I don't know the SBCEA would do that, but the point is well taken.
I'm happy to write a sentence.
I have a question in the audience.
What about substandard work?
So the question is brought about substandard work.
So if the city does not, that basically is saying if the city does not provide quality services, and this may very well be something that the board itself brings up. If I were to have a crystal ball, that would be something they'd probably bring up. They're more than welcome to include that. Again, Roger and I did workshop this together, but I think the termination would speak for itself. And typically when you receive a termination notice, it oftentimes comes with a reason. And so I suspect that I would get a phone call or two before it got to that point. We don't have anything in the contract that states that a specific type of work would be included because that's qualitative and subjective rather than quantitative and objective. But I think that they could absolutely exercise that termination clause if they felt it was consistently not up to par.
It's consistently not up to par already.
We haven't started. Yeah.
Sorry. They have not done what needs to be done already.
What needs to be done?
They do not mow the backside of the building.
We've been doing this service for free for a couple of weeks, actually close to a month or so now. Roger,
what needs to be done?
So Roger will be providing a maintenance plan to our team. Right now, we've been doing it for free and as a courtesy because the contractor that was hired hasn't been doing that work, and so we switched gears and very quickly provided that service without a contract in place in good faith. Could we do more? I suppose absolutely so. And with the compensation in place and the landscape maintenance plan that would be coming from SBCEA, I suspect that would be buttoned up very quickly.
You probably provide a list of the items you think you
I sure can.
Yeah, that'd probably be helpful. That way they know what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
Yeah. They probably just went and did a quick mow.
That's all they do.
Well, it's free right now.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, so we don't have an agreement yet. We just did it to help them out. But yeah, if we had a list and we worked with Roger on that, I'm pretty sure that would get us.
Roger said he'd be providing that.
Is that gonna change the amount of hours that they're gonna have to work if there's more to do that they're not doing?
I'll check with Mark on that, and he'll be present. I'm going to ask him to join the board for their meeting. I requested that Roger find out if the board was open to inviting a staff member so that Mark could be present during that meeting and speak to that. I don't expect there to be a significant amount of additional work. Mark did say that there's some more stuff that they could be doing once the contract goes into place. But right now it's like 45 minutes to an hour. Even if that doubled, which probably would be the case, Mark has indicated that there's more than enough capacity to fit something like this in, even during the summertime. So I don't expect that to be an issue, but I will be looking to him to make that recommendation to me once he hears fully what that's going to look like.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? I'm assuming you need a vote on this, TJ?
Yes, and you are not executing the agreement. You're authorizing me to finalize the process of working with the board and then to go with the city attorney to execute this agreement as soon as possible because we do need it in place. So I'm asking for your authorization and direction to do so.
Can we just have some more discussion on this? I think after the last two meetings that we've had and understanding the need for ordinance control, especially this time of year with like weed abatement and high grass, I honestly genuinely don't know if we can spare 2 hours a week with 2 staff members in public work addressing this need for the library.
It's a fair question.
Also with the dust control that Councilor Myers was talking about.
No, the dust control's done now, so.
No, that wouldn't be related to this, but I do appreciate it that there's things that Public Works should be doing. Here's what I can do as a proposal to council. We are converting our work session into a regular meeting. The SBCEA board will be meeting just a few days before that work session that's converting into a regular meeting. This is something that I can add to that next meeting. I don't expect our budget to take very long, and I do think that given you'll have the ability to vote at that meeting, perhaps I can have more clarity around exactly what Public Works will be doing and the amount of hours, especially given there's the back half and other things. I can get this in front of our attorney, and I can also make sure that I have any feedback included from their board into this document, and we could actually execute it if the council's ready at the next meeting, rather than you directing me to go forth now, given the concerns that have been raised.
Well, it sounds like we'll have more information, including the SBCA has reviewed it, their board has reviewed it by then. Maybe we could even have Roger here for the converted work session.
Yeah, absolutely. I want this done as soon as possible, in particular because of the hold harmless language. Especially if there's something on the property that happens. Right now, we're operating without that legal protection at the moment. It's really based on a courtesy, but I think that a couple of weeks is prudent and not too onerous, where we could button these things up without exacerbating that risk.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, is everyone else comfortable with that? Okay, we are running out of summer, FYI. Yep. So. Okay.
Actually, El Nino's coming.
Just throwing it out there. Pass this around long enough, it won't be summer anymore. Okay, all right, sounds like we're gonna wait until the converted work session on August 10th to discuss this further.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Can I just ask for one other thing? So we will have their SBCEA, their landscape plan, so we'll have a better idea of the total scope of work.
Yes, that's correct. And I'll ask Roger to provide us with a copy for the council packet as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Absolutely.
TJ, and to Councilor Williams' point, right now, we were to execute this contract, we're not agreeing to their landscaping plan. That this is agreeing to routine mowing and trim. As far as I can tell, that's the only service we're providing.
That's exactly right.
Not full-born landscaping.
No landscape.
Right.
Thank you.
That's a good clarification.
At no specific date or frequency.
Correct. And how many hours a week maximum, et cetera.
Or
We make all that decision ourselves. Absolutely correct.
once a month even.
Right.
It doesn't need it every week.
I would encourage Roger, I believe. To attend the next council meeting.
That would be great. That would help clear up many things.
Yes.
Okay, sounds like a plan. All right. Moving on, so we have on the agenda amendment number 01 to the letter of agreement with the Long Tom Watershed Council for grant number U24004. And that is written.
That's correct. So what you see here, I'll just start quickly down at the bottom and then come back up to the top. This has been executed by Long Tom Watershed Council on the 23rd by their executive director. So the process was to have them complete it first and then bring it before council for a final execution. As you all may recall, I discussed previously that we had a grant that was received by the city from the state of Oregon Health Authority, in 2023, so around October of 2023. It was intended to go for 2 years until October of 2025 for a number of reasons, including the transition at our own city, as well as leadership transitions at Long Tom Watershed Council. There was a need to request an extension to this letter of agreement that we had between ourselves and our contractor. So Long Tom Watershed Council serves as our contractor. The way that the money flows is that the state of Oregon uses some of their own money and some federal money. They give it to cities for drinking water source protection work, and cities like ourselves who receive it hire a contractor to execute that work. I'll briefly go over this now. This amendment is between the City of Monroe and the Long Tom Watershed Council. We're entering into a letter of agreement for implementation of the Oregon Health Authority project titled U24004. Business Oregon has, who is managing this grant. The money comes from OHA, but the grant is administered by Business Oregon. They have approved an extension of that project through October 2nd, 2026, that had previously been executed between the city and the state to extend the full year. However, we never did get an approval between ourselves and our contractor to dually extend that contract through the same period. Oregon Health Authority has directed that updated drinking water source protection contract clauses be incorporated into the agreements, and I'll cover those here. Those are documents, those are clauses that were in a document provided to the city that must appear in the contract. So now, therefore, the parties agree as follows. Term extension. This agreement is amended to extend the term through October 2nd, 2026, unless terminated earlier in accordance with its terms. Ratification. The parties acknowledge and ratify all work performed under the agreement and affirm that, except as modified herein, the agreement remains in full force and effect. Federal contract clauses. These are the pieces that we were required to include. That includes source of funds. The contractor must state on all of their deliverables that this grant paid for that work. Whistleblower contract clauses. Any contractor receiving this drinking water source protection fund shall include those CFRs and the Code of Federal Regulations and the whistleblower clauses in every document from the federal government. Non-discrimination. The city nor its contractors can discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, or sex. Also controlled by a Code of Federal Regulations. Termination for cause and for convenience. Contractor shall address termination for cause and for convenience, including the manner by which it will be affected and the basis for settlement. Intellectual property. The contractor hereby grants all rights to the US EPA. Again, the federal government provides the pass-through funding. It's a royalty-free, non-exclusive, and irrevocable license to reproduce, publish, or otherwise use any of the deliverables that came out of this grant. Disadvantaged business enterprises, so women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses. This is stating that we will maintain documentation in a project file for those specific organizations. And again, we may not discriminate. Inspections and information. The contractor shall permit and cause its subcontractors to allow the City of Monroe, the State of Oregon, the federal government, and any parties designated by them to examine and inspect those documents, inspect and make copies of any accounts, books, or records, including without limitation records regarding receipts, disbursements, contracts, and other matters. And interview any officer or employee of the contractor or its subcontractors regarding the project. The contractor shall retain all records related to the project for 3 years after final payment is made and any pending matters are closed. Suspension and debarment. Contractor certifies that it is not debarred or suspended or is otherwise excluded from or ineligible for participation in federal assistance programs under Executive Order 12549, and shall not contract or permit any subcontract at any level with any party similarly excluded or ineligible. So everybody must be in good standing. Equal employment opportunity. Contractor shall comply with the executive order titled Equal Employment Opportunity as amended by the executive order stated here from 1967, and as supplemented in Department of Labor regulations under the Code of Federal Regulations stated in the contract. Remainder of the agreement. So rather than write a brand new agreement, what we simply did is we created essentially an amendment, a surgical change to that agreement, saying, except as expressly amended herein, all provisions of this agreement remain unchanged and in full force and effect. So what we have done is we've added those boilerplate clauses that I just mentioned, and we've extended the date to October 2nd, 2026. That's it. And then, of course, here's the signature block for execution. Any questions on this from council?
Comment, but no questions. I think it would be great, and I think I brought this up in the work session when we first saw this, but when we're amending a contract, it'd be great to see the original at the same time.
Yeah, that was in your last packet, and I apologize, this is not here now. I could bring it up if you would like.
I mean, I'm not going to debate it. I mean, under the understanding that I believe the original was approved by this council, then it's great. I just think it's good for continuity to have the whole thing. Otherwise, do we need a motion?
Yeah, we just need a motion. And actually, Council, I would do somebody.
What is this basically saying? What will be done by October 2nd this year?
Yeah, thank you. So the original there's about there's another larger document that states what we would do. That was the grant agreement itself that was signed in 2023. Essentially, the grant provided $26,000, or excuse me, $50,000. $26,000 is left to be paid out, and it's essentially was supposed to be 2 projects, one in the Eugene area, and now essentially a second one also in the Eugene area. And the city has administered this contract. The The source protection is that we're preventing pollutants from these sites near the Amazon Creek in Eugene from making their way into the Amazon Creek and traveling down to the Monroe water intake, where we draw water and provide it to our citizens. And so, as you know, larger cities have things like brake dust and pollutants in the parking lots and other places. These projects create what's called green stormwater infrastructure, and it retains and holds that stormwater, thereby letting the water through, but keeping the pollutants in place, cleaning that water before it makes it to our drinking water source.
Okay, so, are there no other comments or questions, which there can be?
I'm sorry, what is our role in this?
I appreciate the question. I had the same question when I came on board. Our role is to administer this grant. And so the city of Monroe submitted the grant alongside Longtom Watershed Council. One of the original intents was to do maybe a little more work focused inside the city of Monroe. However, that changed a little bit over time, and that largely was, again, because of some changes in the city's leadership. The level of attention, honestly, that the city leadership was providing at that time was minimal. And then also Longtom Watershed Council had significant leadership changes that caused a lot of delays. And so there was a change in their project scope. Rather than focusing on a project in the city of Monroe and a project in Eugene, the contractor has essentially recommended and moved forward with requesting 2 projects in the city of Eugene, so that we can close this grant out in the near future. We will be coming back to the city of Monroe with our focus in follow-up grants. This is one that I inherited just at the last couple of months before the 2025 deadline. I shepherded through council the extension with the state of Oregon so that the contractor could complete the work that they have to do. I've gone on a site tour to see both of those sites. I've worked directly with the state of Oregon and our administrators with Business Oregon to be sure that we're keeping up to each one of what the steps of what's required in this grant. And I'm going to be real clear with you here. This grant needs to close out successfully so that we remain in good auspices with our federal and state grant partners. So we want this to be a positive outcome and to close out in a way where those much larger future grants that we go to apply for our infrastructure aren't jeopardized by any potential issues lingering from this one. So would I have liked to see the Monroe project come to fruition? Yes. Would I have liked a little more communication between the organizations? Yes, absolutely. And I've done the best I can from my seat to bring all of the people to the table to make that happen. We're now just about 3 months or so, 4 months or so away from the project being completed. And I've been advised that an additional extension would not be possible, and that would be required if we did any additional work inside the city of Monroe. So my strong recommendation to the states, I did speak with the contractor about this. This was their recommendation. I shared that with the state, and I shared that with the mayor. I'm sharing that with you now.
So the city of Monroe doesn't get any funds from this.
That is correct. We are a pass-through entity. We are simply the governmental entity administering the grant. So we're spending staff time running it through as the fiscal sponsor, essentially. That's who we are.
Oh.
The way I look at it, we got stuck with something, we just need to finish it.
Well, there was a
It's
component,
administrative for us.
there was a component that would have benefited the city of Monroe, but it didn't work out. So let's just wrap it up and move on.
Yeah,
We
talk
got
about
stuck with it, we need to just finish it through.
Exactly. All right. Okay, any other questions?
I mean, it all still adds to the final project, so.
Yeah.
we eventually benefit, it's just not correct.
Exactly. Here and now, a little bit later. Okay, are we ready to vote?
Did we make a motion?
I don't know. Did we make a motion? It's been so long, I don't know. Somebody make a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to accept and execute the First Amendment to Letter of Agreement for implementation of OHA Project U24004, extending the existing letter.
I'll second.
I'm gonna give it to Councilor Williams. All right, any other discussion before we vote? We're really gonna vote. Okay, Councilor Ray. Yes. Councilor Evans.
Yes.
Councilor Meyer.
Yeah, well,
Councilor Felty.
yes.
Councilor Cuthbertson.
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. I can barely get through this. Okay. There you go, TJ. You got your vote.
Thank you, sir. It's there in front of you for signature.
Yeah, I'll sign my second board this time. She'll be happy to help. Okay. All right, next on the agenda, 11:35 committee updates and consideration of new members.
Thank you.
One new member, maybe? Yeah, for
Two
Mike.
actually, technically. So we have Melanie Clem. She works for American Rivers. She was present at our first meeting, but just as an observer until appointed. American Rivers is a nonprofit organization that specializes in dam removals around the country. So they work with municipalities and the Army Corps of Engineers in all of its districts, all of its regions, rather. She formerly was an employee with River Design Group, which was the entity that developed the technical memo for our original intake proposal back in 2022. She now works for American Rivers and is on board as a committee participant and a committee member to provide her technical expertise as a subject matter expert. Our second individual is Fred Cuthbertson. I spoke with the Planning Commission at our last meeting, and I encouraged the Planning Commission to think about which member, if any, might be interested in sitting on this committee for the continuity between Planning Commission and the work that committee is doing. Fred, happily and quickly threw his hat in the ring, and the Planning Commission all supported him formally to be the member that the Planning Commission would put out there for council to appoint, or excuse me, for the mayor to appoint. This is the mayor's purview to appoint members of committees. So I present to you both Melanie Clem as well as Fred Cuthbertson. Both weren't able to be here this evening, but I wanted to be sure that I let you know that I have an incredible amount of respect and trust in both of those individuals, and strongly recommend following any discussion that the mayor appoint those individuals.
Any concerns for Melanie or Fred? Okay, all right. Councilor Cuthbertson, Councilor Williams, do you have any comment?
Nope, just that they both sound like great additions.
Okay. And I don't know if Councilor Cuthbertson wants to speak about Commissioner Cuthbertson or not. But, you
Nope,
concerned?
it all sounds, it's fine. And I abstain, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. It makes sense. Okay, I will go ahead and appoint Melanie Clint and Fred Cuthbertson to the 11:35 Technical Advisory Committee. And we'll make that effective immediately.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else on 11:35, TJ?
No, that was it. That one was painless.
Okay. All right, we're down to councilor comments. Oh, we have to go over that too. It's not on the agenda. Okay, we do have an agenda item. Well, TJ TJ, the piece of paper that you and I talked about earlier from Benton County Elections.
Oh my lord! Thank you so much, sir. I've got I've got it on my my notepad here, and I'm just sailing right through. So thank you. You all have in front of you a document. I'd like for you all to confirm the date of your appointment is correct, and that your understanding of the date of your end of your term is correct. I did the best I could based on an email I had sent out about a year ago. Several of you responded with your recollection of what you were appointed to, committees and council. I looked at the records that were available from the city. I checked in with the county on what they had available. We've had a couple of successive appointments following the actual election of members. So I just wanted to be certain that this document accurately reflects your understanding, each of you, of your positions and when those are up for re-election.
And I don't know that Councilor Cuthbertson and Councilor Williams have this.
Correct.
We don't want to show it on the screen, but.
Nope, I'm going to go ahead and send it to them separately. That's a very good point.
It's good for my.
Our address is.
Yep. Okay. I know mine's correct. So.
Councilor Williams and Councilor Cuthbertson, I'm sending to both your personal and in city emails to ensure it gets to you right now, so you can look at this.
Okay, then I'll let you know.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
No, my address isn't correct.
Any corrections, just let TJ know. Okay, cool, thank you. All right, we're down to, again, back to council comments. Are there any? Okay, go ahead.
My first comment are these microphones. Some of them are not working, and I know when I was running virtually, that sometimes it was hard to hear people because the microphones were cutting in and out. I don't know if Councilor Cuthbertson or Councilor Williams or you, TJ, or whoever else is online are having problems with hearing some people. But I think the microphones need to be checked. I know I changed to where Councilor Cuthbertson usually sits because the microphone where I usually sit is not working at all. So I think we need to have the microphones checked. I don't know if they can be fixed or if they need to be replaced, but something needs to happen. Just to let you know.
I really appreciate that. I recommend that we purchase something similar to an owl. You see it on my screen right now. They can get expensive. I'm not recommending that we spend $1,000, but there are models out there for $400, $500, $600. And if anybody's ever seen one of those operate, essentially they sit right there in the middle of the room and they pivot and they swivel towards whomever is speaking at that moment. There's a couple of different cameras on it, and it can oftentimes split those together, and it has excellent sound quality. So I've been in a lot of government settings. A lot of governments are moving in that direction. There are competitors for this as well. We do have a budget for technology this year and for computer supplies. I don't expect to buy any computers this year, so I'd recommend something along these lines. But I also note here that somebody in the chat was saying that they heard fairly well tonight. I have noticed a little bit. I think Councilor Ray, I didn't hear you so well earlier. Maybe you moved a microphone closer, and that's what made it better. But you're probably right. These microphones might need a little bit of updating. We could do something like this, or we could simply replace the microphones. But I appreciate the comment.
My next one is a question for you, TJ. Do you have a time frame when you'll be back?
Not yet at the moment. I am looking at making a trip, a visit up to the city to spend some time next month here for probably about a month or maybe a little bit longer. Just because the timing has been a little bit challenging, but I do need to be at the city. I do need to have a town hall, and we also need to be doing some in-person work on some of our infrastructure projects. So that is being planned regardless.
Well, I hope everything's going okay with your family there.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, because we had a question that I think I answered earlier.
Okay. Any other comments from the rest of the council? No? Okay. Yes, Maureen.
All good.
Okay, well, Mayor's got comments. Mayor was got comments, sorry guys. Okay, I wanted to mention that on August 8th, Benton County Commissioner Shepherd will be over at the South Benton Resource Center. And he'll be doing a town hall. I will be there with him. Everyone is welcome, I believe. I'm trying to look it up right now. It is 11:30. So if you want to join us there, we will be there on Saturday, August 8th. The South Bend Resource Center.
That is correct.
And then I also want to mention on, TJ mentioned this earlier in the evening, on Friday, August 14th, City of Monroe will be hosting the League of Oregon Cities Small Cities Conference, and it'll be here in the MCC. It'll be from 11 to 1, working on the lunch piece right now. But, small cities that are represented in our region. Remember if it's Region 4, Region 5 that we're in. Thank you. They will be here. So if you would like to come over and hang out with us, you certainly can. Let's see, what else do I want to mention? We've already talked about first responders events. They're at the last Saturday of August. I will mention that there is the Blackberry Jamboree, and that's also at the South Bend Resource Center. The last Saturday of the month. I believe that is August 29th, that's correct. Mention those four things. South Bend Resource Center. I wanted to mention those four things. Anything else?
Was the small cities going to be here or?
It'll be here in this way. I think mercifully that is it for me. I don't remember what you're saying. I'd have to look it up. I want to say like 4 to 8, but I'm not 100% on that time. It is on the Facebook page. That's it for me. I am mercifully done. I appreciate everyone's time. Have a good evening. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.